Hello everyone and welcome to another stream. This is gonna be a bit of a shorter stream today, and by shorter I mean about 4 hours instead of 5. I start a little bit later than I intended. But yeah, so to recap, we are no longer here. Yeah, we're no longer here. We built that little road there, which was fun, and learned a couple of things. We are now able to draw to build on top of a tile that has a cargo on it. Actually, let me have a. Oh, I think I'm getting a bit more love than I expected. There we go. I think I have my proper armor right now, but all right, let's actually just stand here while these guys just hang out here in my how would I call it? Because it's not a settlement, because it's not intended to be permanent. There you go. It's daytime. They got bored. They left. It's not exactly a settlement. It will have, or actually already has, all the crafting stations that I wanted to have, I believe. But do I have food on me? Yes, I do. But it is not a settlement because it's not going to be a permanent thing on the ground here on this place. Right now, I am building a road that is going to do this, kind of like this. Then another one that's going to do that. These fellas here already built a road that's kind of like winding around here. But while it sort of makes sense to do that directionality, no, did I? Okay, no, I hit F4 to try to get this tool, and the game didn't quite like it. So this is a hey, Kaling, how are you doing today? Welcome. Yeah, yeah. I took a pretty decent nap. I am I'm building a road now, the road that I mentioned around Tortuga. I already wait, where? I already finished this little thing here, and then I took the long trip. Uh, as you know, they are long trips all the way here. I set my home there, but I actually might set my home around here. But yeah, I got to level 20 in a few things. I've got the mining, the forestry, and the foraging, so I can gather anything. And I've got the tailoring and I've got the carpentry, because that's basically what I needed in order to build my mining table, which is the last thing that I've built. No, not here. I wanted to show that one here, because this one needs rope. So, well, it is the station for the gatherers. It basically needs the. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I missed the name there because I'm not in the right window, but fret not, I will take good care of your soul. Welcome, Angelina Pedro. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. As Kaylin says, busy. But yeah, I think it's good that in order to get all the stations from the gatherers, you need like like 3 basic crafting skills, right? You need carpentry, you need tailoring. Oh wait, no, actually 2. So yeah, it's kind of like goes in an order. The first thing that you need to build is this thing, because it's what you can build with with the rocks. Angelina, we play BitCraft the most right now, which is what we're showing. Are you familiar with BitCraft? Because your conversation seems sort of familiar. So if you're here to try to see if I am interested in elements that might be used for my stream, I am not. So if that's the way that your conversation is gonna go, please don't. You are welcome to hang out here if you'd like and see what the game is about. This is a demo, as you can see in that little quest there, and it's gonna be available from now until the 16th. It's free to play. You can just go to Steam and download it and play around and have fun. So definitely welcome to hang out on the stream if you want to find out what that's about. But please keep all the conversation game related. But yeah, like basically the first thing that you build is the forestry station. And I think this is kind of like the loop that we've always had. Like assuming you're able to gather all three things, the thing that uses basic elements is first the forestry station, and then I think was it the foraging? No, that's farming. Yeah, and the foraging station. Yeah, exactly. It's always been sort of like this way. Yeah, like you have the things that you have that you can use the basic chunks of the basic cargo to craft, and then once you get those, then the next thing is the tailoring table. Yeah, because this one, oh wait, no, it's the carpentry first. So it's carpentry, then tailoring. You do the carpentry because you're now able to produce both of those things in the forestry and the foraging thing. Yeah, sort of like that. Alright, Angelina, I actually did explicitly ask you to not. So I am sorry, but you gotta go away. There you go. Yeah. But going back to the I guess the town loop. So I basically just dropped all the buildings down so that I didn't have to refer to this list every time. And I was like, okay, I grabbed a whole bunch of rocks, I grabbed a whole bunch of trees and fibers, and I'm like dropping everything wherever I can, see which ones I could build, and see which ones I couldn't build and why, and then try to see what I needed to get those. I've never been able to memorize the proper order, as you just saw. Like I did this yesterday, and I already forgot that carpentry was before tailoring. Alright, my cart is probably full. So let's get some pebbles. But yeah, right now I've placed one of the things that I do when I'm building a road is I decide like what is going to be the path, right? So as you were joining the stream, Killing, I was going back to the directionality thing, that being a hexagonal based world, we kind of have to stop thinking in 4 directions and start thinking in 6, if not 12. So 6 directions, well, 6 orientations, I guess. So 6 orientations is 12 directions, right? Because if you have an orientation facing that way, then you have directions forward and backwards. So, funny enough, the orientation is not following this line. The proper orientation based on the model for the gates, and actually I have one right here, is because of the way that each tile works, you could not make it what do you say, like horizontal, like go left to right in this orientation, right? So because of that, this does not mean, even though it's not in our brains, it's nice and easy to connect all of these tiles. That is not really the optimized forward because of the way that the orientation looks, because you will never be able to orient your gate that way. You can orient it like this, or like this, right? So this is not your orientation, this is actually your axis. When you change that you flip that switch in your brain and you stop thinking of this as an orientation and you think of it as an axis, then you realize the orientations are this. They are this line here, like, you know, this line, where am I aiming? This line here, and then like this line here. So with that in mind, I walk in that line, in this case, this line here, and I drop a few paved tiles to sort of mark the way of where the road would be, to see if there are major obstacles or not. Like right now there's no ruins, but if there were ruins and I ran into one, then I might go back to the origin point and instead of having it on this tile, I might want to go 1, 2, 3, or 4 tiles to one side so that I can clear the ruin without having to make turns on the road. I don't have anything against winding roads. I think they are beautiful, but I feel like main roads should be as straight as possible, as efficiently as possible, and then like you would have your main roads, and then you would also have more scenic roads that might lead you to other places. Like you might have settlements that set up to either side of the road that don't go that the road doesn't go exactly near them, but then you have like that offshoot that goes over to that town and that kind of thing. That's kind of like what I picture when I think about roads in my head. All right, we were doing this. I have an empty inventory. Yes, I also have no food on me. Where did I leave my food? Is it no, I think this is my this is my tier 2 materials market stall. And oh, I ran out of fish. Alright, I might go over to Tortuga and drop them a bunch of... I do want the pebbles. I can give them this planks and this and this and that. And the rope. I won't need more rope. And the bark. And then just fill up with some mud. I do have uses for the mud. But let's hope that... Oh wait, no, actually I already got... I got the permissions in town so that I can work in and out of their town. The way they are working is... It's kind of cheesing the system a bit, and it's something that you can definitely only do... Let me just say hi to everyone. I'll bring mud and other goodies. And we'll grab a bite to eat. I'm currently actually starting on a the road project that I thought or that I got for Tortuga. And okay, I am dropping things here. So yeah, this is the way that they're sort of cheesing the system. You can build storage, but it only has 16 slots. It takes 8 planks, 2 rope, and 2 nails, all tier 2. However, you can make one of these that has 20 item storage and 6 cargo slots. For 6 tier 1 planks and a few tailoring related elements and 2 trunks, which is so much cheaper, right? So it just makes a lot more sense to use this for storage. The caveat in there is that this wait, why is it not opening? There we go. The actual access to what's in there to be able to take things in and out is limited to co-owners and owners. So basically, what they're doing is just, okay, we're just giving co-owner to everyone that we know that we can trust. And then, you know, new members drop in here, and some will also have storage permissions because there is like a wood chest around here, and you know, they might eventually make a few more of those smaller chests for the majority of members. But when it comes to like massively storing bunch of things, then this barter stalls are just too good. These ones are good for cargo, and like if you're gonna have a part of your claim that is just, you know, random people that dropped in and want to join, and that's perfectly fine. They definitely should have, you know, a place to drop their cargo items and so on. But yeah, that's also how you do it. Yeah, it's, I mean, that's how I do it in my mobile claim as well. I'll have 1, 2, maybe 3 barter stalls. So I should, let me ask Brice. E2 rack site and website. Is there a first barter stall? This one is wood, so let's just drop all of that in here, and this one here, and that one there. Oh, and resin. The rope is on this one, near the scholar. Where's the scholar? Oh, up here. All these farms kind of get in the way. Okay, so one of these two. Okay, so that looks like it's their tier 1s. Then they made another one for tier 2s. Kind of. And then these ones go here. There we go. So yeah, Tortuga is a good example of how a group that's already done some of the alphas would set up a claim early on. Tortuga Prime, which is like, they always set up Tortuga Prime like a first town right in the Calm Forest as soon as possible. The main reason for that is farms, because you can build these things right from the start. You don't need tier 2 materials to make them, and it's very convenient to have multiples of. and because there are many things that well, not many, there's two really. No, actually there are three. There are three things that you kind of depend on farming in order to get refined things. So you have ember grain that gives you the straw, I think it's called. Then you have the bulbs that give you the oil. And then you have, oh yeah, the wisp weave that gives you what, well, that is essential for making clothing or like cloth. So you definitely want to set up a RIT as soon as possible, and then just set up a bunch of farms. I mean, technically, to get to this point, you would have had to already gotten those rares for tier 1, but then whenever you will be starting tier 2, you definitely want to be ready for it as much as possible. Uh, Going from tier 1 to tier 2 in farming is kind of different than every other job. For tier 1 planting, you use either 5 wild seeds or 1 farmed seed. And then when you're going for the tier 2, the pre-processed plant, so like if I planted bulbs and I planted 5 bulbs here and I take them, if I'm planting them again, then I just process them and then plant them again. But if I want to turn them into the next tier, I need to grab the 5 unprocessed plants, and then 5 of those go into one plot and become a tier 3. So you will need a high volume of unprocessed plants per tier every time that you're getting ready to go to the next one. What was I doing? Oh, right, I was going to grab some food. Wait, there was a food box here. Where did the food box go? Did they hide the food because people were stealing the food? Oh, it's there. Is this it? Where is the cooking station? Oh, okay. This is the cooking station? No, that's the fishing station. That's the cooking station. Alright, so the cooking station, actually they kept one of the older models. This is kind of like a miniaturized version of what they had as the tier 5 in the closed alphas, if I remember correctly. Oh, there's actually no food here. Well, I do have my bulbs, so I will just use that for the moment. Um, this one don't give me the buff for crafting, so that's a mild inconvenience at best. All right, where are we going? We were doing this thing here. Yes. But first, I have a whole bunch of these things lying around, so I'll just move them here. So once I'm done with that craft, I can just start the next one. Ooh, they've gotten all the way out here. I mean, might as well just fill it up, right? This is how we get sidetracked. whenever we're doing anything in BitCraft. Like I have a job here that I need to finish, but it's so easy to say, well, let me just do this other thing first. Oh, I just realized why it feels so quiet. Give me a second. There we go. Let me just kill those birds and get a little bit more of a campfire sound in here as a background. And let's see how the volumes are. Let's drop that down a little bit. That sounds good, right? Yes, it's music. Does the volume sound okay there? It's not too loud, not too low. Actually, just as a test, let me go over to one of the more upbeat ones. Is that a bit too loud? The bars look a little bit high, but I don't know if that's actually optimized. The problem is, right now I'm very consciously speaking right at the mic. Sometimes I speak a little bit further away, like I relax and I'll sort of like fall away from the mic, and then yeah. Let's bring it down to have it capped here. All right, I'm going for a different playlist that's a bit more chill, anyways. But yeah, you never know when they'll sneak on you with the loud beats, right? Does this sound better? Taking full advantage of killing the sound tech. Thank you. All right. There are two reasons why I am turning these ones into pebbles. No, there really is only one reason. I could just destroy the big rock and just pave over it, and that's what you would do mostly when you're building roads. But I do want to do a little bit of tier 2 paving as well, and just like be able to play with the design where I have tier 1 and tier 2. I should have dropped this one into you're trying to get it through smelting 200 ferrolith concentrate. You're capping your blacksmithing to level 20. Let's see. I'd like to hear your thoughts about this because thinking yesterday I think Dax in Tortuga started really the tier 2 tools. I got myself a common machete, which is not really a big step from tier 1. And the thing though is, what I find with this is, I don't think that any blacksmith would ever want to sell their tier 1 tools now. Because you need tier 1 tools to make tier 2. And then at tier 2, sure, you have commons and uncommons. So maybe some people might be saying, I will only tolerate uncommon, and then they will sell their excess common tools. But it does feel like there might not be a market for tier 1 anymore. Having said that, if people end up getting a lot of tier 2 commons, well, the thing though is the tier 2 common is still potentially something that is worth taking to tier 3. Like, yeah, I feel like blacksmiths are now gonna want to hold on to their lower tier tools instead of selling them, and that feels like it's just gonna drive the price of tools up more than I'd like. I should actually probably just clip myself explaining that and just send it as a bug report instead of typing it down. Sometimes it's easier to actually like to see the screen and like pointing at this and pointing at that. I might do that in the future. Just go over to the VOD and just grab some highlights. So let me see. It's been 30 minutes. So let me just go and grab a notepad and BitCraft VOD timestamps. So today is June 6th. And then at about 25 minutes, talk about tools, market, hoarding. That makes sense. What? Did you finish? Did I finish? Did I even grab them? I should have been sending my guy here. Oh, apparently I've got an extra bit of rock here. There we go. So you can already sort of see this 7 chunks that I have terraformed down. These were sort of like at a level with this. And what I will do when I am building road is try to make it as even as possible. In the closed alpha 3 I did try to do that road in the pine forest that I wanted to make it like absolutely flat in an environment that was not suited for it. And while it was fun going at it when there was a bug, I actually really liked how the final product came out after they fixed the bug, and I actually had to think about where to go up and where to go down based on if there was a hill upcoming or if there was a valley down there. And hello there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yeah, I already have my next terraforming dig site over here. I need to get rid of this little thing in order to bring that one down there. Oh, and one more thing, Kayleen, where you were very sad that this is not really the right directionality for roads, as we might instinctively feel they should be. And then it sort of feels sad that, yeah, you can just do that and just terraform one tile every 1, 2, 3. Like one big tile every 3 small tiles, right? But it is not that different. If you look at it this way, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles or so, or about 9 tiles in 1, 2, and 3 lines. And instead of doing 3, like terraforming 3 big tiles, I'm terraforming 4. So I'm just adding like a 33% increase in the amount of terraforming that I need. And then the roads look nice and proper with the right gate orientation. And this orientation, I feel like it lets me play around a little bit more with the design. Don't mind. You like roads in every way as long as they go somewhere. That is definitely a fair take. That is definitely a fair take. Did I leave any other chunks, or did I actually fill up exactly 10 here? Oh, looks like I did. Nice. Oh, I should eat food. You're a very chaotic person yourself. Actually, like winding roads, like the one in Alpha 2. I mean, I do as well. And I guess for me, like, there are two types of roads that I like doing. I like doing like the highway. I like this is like building a highway, right? And for building a highway, you have to look exactly at what the terrain is and what the best path is going to be for that highway. And you know, that is meant to go longer distances, so it's best if it's as straight as possible. But then you have like smaller roads that are just connecting, you know, I mean, this is not really a very long road. It's only what, like 1, 2, 3 chunks across. The one that I built in Close Alpha 3 was like 10 chunks that way, I think, around that. But like, for example, if you wanna make a road from Tortuga City to their watchtower, it'd be really nice to have a scenic route down by the water, or like if there's a highway going here, then you would have like a secondary road going that way that might not necessarily have to be as efficient as possible. That you don't have to see, okay, where does the terrain let me be efficient, but you're like, okay, I want to go from here to there, let's see where that takes me. And then if there's a hill, you just go around it, right? So yeah, it's definitely different types of roads. I absolutely love both, and I have fun doing both. I definitely have fun doing both. When you're doing a highway, you have to absolutely clear out tons of resources along the way. But when you're doing a winding road, like a secondary road, then you can really just adapt and go around these trees and around those trees and around that rock. Because they, again, don't need to be so efficient. You don't really get... I mean, you actually don't really get that much of a benefit about if you clear everything here. It just looks nicer. But yeah. Okay, so let me drop these things in my market stall that's got the tier 2 goods. I've got my food. Let me grab my cart. And now I'm gonna go this way. Actually, I should have some pebbles in my inventory, just so that I can get some paving done. So I'm gonna grab 100 of the tier 1s and some mud. And 100 of the tier 2s and some mud. Not all that mud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I need a little bit more tier 1 mod. Is there any mod along the path that I could clear? There's some over here. Yeah. See, because I already have done this kind of road, I know that whenever I see the pavement in this tile, I want to terraform 3 tiles wide, because I like to do 3 2 3 2 instead of 2 1 2 1. So I already know that I needed to get rid of this mod, and I can do it right now. You're excited about the early access and terraforming ambitions for Foothills of Regret under Anna? Yeah, I'm excited to see what she's got in store for that. definitely is going to be interesting. I think I might not want to bring so much tier 2 mod right now. I have a lot of tier 1 pebbles. So let's do this instead. And then grab a few more tier 1 pebbles. Yeah, see, like, there's a lot of pebbles. That's what I got from not hitting the Braxite lottery like Kaylin did. I had to struggle for every bit of Braxite that I got. Which is funny because after that, like after I got those 10, I've actually gotten a lot of Braxite. Like, I don't know if oh, I cannot see my listings from here because they're not in this region. Oh, why do I have the F3 grid? That's an ugly grid. There we go. I want the F2 grid. Yeah, my marketplace is out here, but I have like 30 Braxite now for sale in there. And that was just like clearing a few rocks when I built the road. So nothing, like not even a third of the rocks that took me that I needed to get 10 Braxite, and then just a fraction of them gave me 30 more. It's always the game not giving you what you're looking for at that precise moment. Let's organize that so it looks a bit prettier. I like having the sort button as a way to compact inventory, like merge item slots, but it never sorts it in the way that I'd like. Like, what I want is to have my food here, because when you do Shift E, that's the food that's gonna be eaten. Then I have like things that are important to me around the top road, then top row, and then like everything else goes below. But if I click the sort button, it sort of does the opposite. It would not be a problem if it started to grab food from the bottom up. Then I probably wouldn't mind so much and I would adopt their system. But because that's not the case, then yeah, I prefer to have it like that. I think I even if we could just say sort like high to low, low to high, because it looks like it's I guess giving them certain kind of importance. Even just having that option would be nice. Okay, oh, we don't have recipes for paving anything better. I don't think I remember seeing Brico sell them. Or does he? Should we go check out Brico? I think we should. I think we should. So let me just set my home here. Huh. I cannot set my home here? Oh, he doesn't? Okay, thank you. You just saved me a trip. But it's interesting that I am not able to set my home here. Hey, I've made 32 hex coin by crafting things. Shift right click on the totem. Oh, right. It's gonna be a context menu. That makes sense. Okay, so since that's not the case, let's just get this done. So it's all gonna be tier 1 paving. I guess that's what it is. not feeling well, oh, make sure you get some rest and yeah, feel better soon. Thank you. I hope I have a great stream as well. Can we pave? Oh, we can pave below a building right now. We can pave under buildings. Nice. Really, really, really great. So I'm actually I'm gonna make a comment on that. One second, let me just hide the chat for a second. Take the screenshot. And go over to the Discord. Oh, I was gonna spam emoji and then I just remembered. Can't. Or it won't post your message. There you go. Thank you for letting us pave under buildings. That's all we've wanted for so long. Alright, so that's kind of what I am going to go for in terms of the width of the road. Well, I don't like how things look like with low grass density. I had to drop it because I was suffering a lot in Tortuga when I was around other players. But now that I'm out and about on my own, I'm gonna do this. I wonder if it can actually pave under this building, because I don't think I can reach that tile. I guess we will find out. Okay, the moment of truth. It's paving this one. It does reach that one. It does reach that one too. Oh, I might get away with it. No, not that one. Yeah. Won't reach that one. I mean, that's already a lot better than I expected. Can't build on top of another building? Oh, itself. It registers that it itself is here, so you're not able to move it here. Oh, okay. I might wanna actually drop that here into the feedback as well. I'm gonna call that a bug. And that is in terms of building placement. So the description of it would be unable to move a building just a single tile to the side because it detects its itself as a pre-existing building in that space. That makes sense. Alright, so where do I put you? Here? You can go there? Yes. Let me just pave that. No, not mod. Proper tiles. Alright, and then this way, if anybody like there was a guy around Tortuga last night that wanted to help out, but I still had not set up everything in a way that I could give them a clear instruction on what needed to be done. I mean, I did tell them to, like, if they see a paved tile, then just clear things around it. But I think that was too vague of an instruction, and I think they probably wanted to do something more excited, or they might have felt that there were more exciting things happening. Alright, so that cleared up a little bit of space in my inventory. And we're going to clear those glyphs. Then if the level was not capped to 20, I would definitely harvest the mushrooms because of the foraging experience, and because I could post them for sale into my barter stall and people would likely turn them into food. Like I could even build a cooking station right next here and just like sell them for 1 hex coin, and you know the station is right next to it, so you can just come here, buy it for 1 hex coin, cook it, and you got your food, right? That's kind of the setup that I want to have when we go into early access. But for now, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that they are now allowing us to pave on top of this, and then I don't have to worry about removing it. And then I will come back here to terraform this one. And then I need to chop down these trees and terraform this one. But yeah, if I clearly establish the way the road is going to go. Oh, actually, in this side, it's not actually going to go all the way down there. It's gonna go up to here. So I don't need to spend as much paving. I mean, it's already decently wide. This one is also not supposed to be one, so it's like 5, 6, 5, 6. That's a nice wide road. And well, now that I realize that there's no tier 2 paving, I can just drop all of the pebbles and mud here, and then I'll just drop it off to Tortuga later. And I'll fill myself with more tier 1 pebbles. No, I wanted to drop the small stack. Okay. There we go. We're gonna find more mod along the way, so I'm not too worried about that. I just want to make sure that I have my pebbles with me. Again, to make it clear for anyone else that might be wanting to help. Oh, I need sticks. Are there sticks nearby? Yes, there's always sticks in the forest. probably enough sticks. And we're doing a terraforming dig site here. Okay, let's keep paving forward. Then when you have 2 tiles, it is going to go all the way to the sides. When you have 3 tiles, it's going to be only 5 wide. Yeah. This feels like a easy way to understand kind of like where the road is going and how it is supposed to be. And so if anybody wants to clear out resources, it'll be more clear to them what resources need to be taken down. This is why I really like this tool that shows me the outline of the big tile, because it's a lot easier for me to know not just where the tiles are, because if I don't have it, like I can see where I'm placing this, but I don't know if like this big tile ends here or here, right? Now with this tool, it's very, very easy to see. See, there's mod right there. Told you so. Let's actually gather it now, since I've got the space in my inventory. Okay, that actually filled all my inventory. do I drop these ones in the ground? It was not necessary. Just enough. Back to paving. Then this is 2 big tiles wide. Then that one is 3 big tiles wide. And we're almost there. Well, I mean, probably about halfway there. And once this road and then the north road are properly finished, Tortuga is probably gonna look really cool, like with 2 major roads shooting out of it. Might even be room for a 3rd one. Because this one is doing this direction, then there's gonna be another one doing that direction. There could be another one doing this direction to the water here. Yeah. That actually, instead of making this one north first, I think I'll do that one first. Like, one going that way, one going that way. They have like their kind of like squiggly road going this way. Or maybe I should start with that one. And I can just bring my moving claim over this way. And that way there's access on this side and then on that side of the water. Food for thought. Should I do that? I'll ask them, since, you know, it is their settlement, so let me open, where are we? Let's see, can I actually add that here and maybe, let's see, I want to add a capture, and I want to capture that one. Is it showing? It's not showing. Huh. That's weird. I tried to set up a window capture for paint. I wonder if it'll show if I am in paint, but probably not. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Well, I will just do the little squiggly drawing real quick and come back to BitCraft in the stream in a second. So there are 3 roads that I think would look really cool. And let me just grab that screenshot and post that in the Rock Pirates chat. There are 3 directions I could build roads that would be nice and wide and straight, coming out from Tortuga. I had initially thought of starting on the one going, I guess, northeast, but maybe it'd be more interesting to start with the one going north west. What do you guys feel you'd want sooner? Let me see, I don't have... Okay, I am able to go into their voice chat so that I can hear them. Connect to Trisp. Okay, so they're saying that I should go west. Alright. Alright, so I'm gonna be moving my claim that way. And this is going to be a good experiment to show everyone just how we do that. Okay, so where is the gate going to be? This is gonna be the gate. Okay, so we are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 tiles wide. And then we're doing 1, 2, oh, there's a big tree right here. So actually, I might tell them to move the gate this way. Here, right? So that would be here, and then the gate would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me move this. Thank you. I'm just gonna let them know. Moving the gate because of the big tree. There we go. Can't build on top of... Okay, so it can't build on top of itself, so I need to move it out of the way first. And into where I want next. There we go. And then I'm going to remove that paving there, and we're gonna work on this side. Yeah, that makes sense. And then that's 3, this is 2, so that's all of them. Perfect. Going back to the paving interface. And then we go right next to the big tree. And I mean, I guess in early access it would be possible for that tree to go down, but I do like the big trees. I know that Melody likes the big trees as well. Let me just take that one down so that I can actually pave on top of that. That one is easy to remove. so that sort of gives an idea of what it's going to be that way. So I'm just going to start doing a little bit of less paving just to see what the route actually is going to look like. Yeah, you see there's another big tree here, and I'm not gonna be able to avoid that one. But that one is kind of going to be on the side of the road, so it's not such a big deal. There's a little bit of rock here that I'll have to clear, which is actually nice. I'm probably gonna set up my settlement here so that I can process all of this into pebbles, and then that's basically giving me the road is giving me all the resources I need to build it. There's even more over there. Oh, somebody made a road over here. I wonder if that was the Trisp guys, maybe. Okay, I cannot pave on top of that big tree. So I'll just do 2 here. And then it's this one, right? This is the direction that I'm coming from. Yeah. Here we go. Sometimes when avoiding obstacles, it's kind of tricky to keep track of where you are, and this tool that shows you the outline for the actual big tile is this is where it really comes into play as something that's very, 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 very useful. Alright, is that the water? No, that's just a pond. So it looks like we were gonna have a little pond on the side here. And then we're gonna get a few bigger obstacles. And this goes here. And we keep going that way. Oh, there's a few jackals up ahead. Let's actually stop building and start dealing with them one at a time. We're gonna draw this one first. Go close enough so that it starts approaching, and then we go over to a safe distance. Lagging a little bit, so hopefully that won't kill me. And I'm gonna do the hit and run tactics. So I'm gonna hit him with all I've got, all the strong ones, and then I'm gonna run away a little bit so that my cooldowns start refreshing. Alright, I got a hit in there, but that's fine. This one's really giving chase. Yeah, I was gonna say, usually they give up sooner than that. Now we're going back in. Oh, come on. I was too slow. By the time I hit it, it was too far. Oh, okay, no. I am close to that other jackal. I don't want to be close to that one. This is the one that I'm drawing close to me. There we go. Alright, I'm not gonna wait for the really long one anymore. I'm just gonna hit it with these ones as they come. Mainly this one and that one. 2, 1, and then we go in. Okay, so I ran away a little bit too far again. Now, last time when I hit him, it was going away, so let's just try to see if we can hit it from closer. No. And I'm getting dangerously close to that jackal over there. I don't wanna catch that one's attention yet. Here we go. There we go. One down. Two to go. And they are both looking at me right now. So let's actually move away a little bit. Okay, so that works because now there's only one on me. And I'm just gonna stay around this area. Oh, that one respawned right away. That's gonna be troublesome. I mean, it does look like the path itself is clear. So maybe I can just go back and start working on the road, and then I'll deal with these guys later. Maybe I'll ask for some help. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I don't really like I've mapped it enough for now that I know that it's there's no, well, there's that big tree over there, and I don't know exactly where it sits, but even if it was like right on the way, at that point we can probably just turn around to the side a little bit. Well, I'm gonna actually just run that way without paving, just to see exactly where it is. So this is our central tile, I feel. Oh, okay, no, never mind. It is safely out of the way. All right, having seen that, we are going to go back to our claim. And we're gonna grab all of our things and we're gonna move this way. Around here, which is where... I think this is where the big rocks were, right? There was that tree. Oh, getting a little choppy here. Yep. Saw that coming. Alright, 1 second while we restart the game. So how long did it take for this for the game to crash this time? Right about an hour. Okay. Right about an hour. Alright, hit play. And there we go. Okay, so we were going this way. Okay, this is where we want to set up the mobile claim, which is on the left side of these chunks, so it's not too far away. There's a little jackal here, so we're going to go and deal with it first. Come on, you can die, jackal, you can die. There we go. Oh, I missed? I missed with the strong hit. Alright. The defending entity no longer exists. I was still spamming the key. Now, this actually will still be a road later, but I think it's gonna be of less priority. So now what we want to do is we want to go straight that way. So So we are going to move our claim border this way, and it's gonna be tricky moving all these stations. They're bigger than they were before. So in that regard, the stations, the old tier 2 stations were easier to accommodate for. But we will be fine. Well, I can do it no, that's gonna be tricky because it's not too flat in this direction. All right, so I will do what I am doing already, which is I'm going to just extend the claim this way and find a nice clearing. This looks like it's open enough. So I'm going to just make a bigger area here. Yeah, this is a nice clearing that might fit all my stations. So we're just making this nice and wide. And then we will actually learn right now what is the shape and size of the footprint that I need to move the current station. So that's going to be an important lesson that's going to help us in future tests like the early access and eventually the game itself. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or so. Let's see, can I stand around here and start sniping crafting stations? You go there. You go here. You go there. I definitely want my barter stalls. Oh, no, 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 don't move to the barter stall. Grab the barter stall. Move that one here. Oh. No, don't move it. I mean, don't move yourself. Here. And that goes there. That gate is gonna be coming over this way. And this other barter stall is gonna be also coming our way. Let's see, what else am I missing? There's that one gate. Is that it? Is that all that I'm missing? That gate I might leave there, just so that it kind of shows what is happening in here. And also to see what the decay rate is for that. It does look like... oh, no, no, see? I was missing one station. 2 stations. That is it? No. Carpentry station? Oh, that's right. I should actually toggle this so that I can see what it is that I'm working with right now. Because next I want to make sure that I also bring these ones over there. Carpentry station... no, that was the gate. Carpentry station. Loom. Where's the loom? Let me grab the loom. Is this the loom? Yeah. And the foraging station. That one is big. Oh wait, no. The forestry station is the one that's big. That one fits here. Now all that's back there is the totem and 2 more dig sites. So because I am still able to extend this a little bit further, let's do that. And keep moving. Which way am I going? I'm going this way, right? So we're gonna keep moving our claim. I think the widest buildings are about 3 tiles wide. So maybe I can just do that and just like keep the path at a certain width as far as I am allowed to in terms of having enough tiles. Oh wait, no, because I will want them to be nicely packed together. So let's do this. And let's actually go back here and try to compact them and see what is the most compact shape that we can make. So we can have the 2 barter stalls here, then the gate, right? Let me turn on my tool. Why am I not seeing? There we go. Turn on this tool. What is the footprint of this building? This one is a full large tile. Okay. That's easy to manage. The shape of this one is it goes through a tile and then it needs a corner tile and a center tile for an adjacent one. So it cannot really embrace that one very nicely. But the loom fits in there very good, I remember. This one is partially a tile, not exactly a full tile. So actually I think this one fits better here. Let me move that one out of the way. Nope. Move building here. And this one actually looks like it would fit. Okay. It'll fit there once I add this. Then I can move that one here. Oh, it cannot build on top of itself, so I need to move it away and then move it back. And then on top of it, oh, I gotta move itself away and then move it back. I really hope they do fix that so that it identifies which building it is itself and is able to just move one tile. Because then now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles this way, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles this way. Maybe even fits better here. Did it move? Did I move it? I don't think I moved it enough. I want to go right up here. And then this one here. It might look like a weird thing to do, but that's just so that I could remove these ones and it's easier for me to see exactly what the shape is going to be. Like I know it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, 6. So let's remove these ones here. And this is kind of like the shape that we want to work with. Alright, let's see how far we can compact them with 6 width. What shape are you? You are a 4 tile. That fits here. And actually, there's a nice place. Oh wait, no. Not quite. I'm leaving one empty area there. Maybe the tailoring station fits here if I rotate it. Yep, It fits nicely. So I rotate that this way, and it fits here. What tiles do I have free? There's a weird shape here. And then this is probably gonna end up over there. And does this fit this weird shape? Almost. I need to move that one out of the way. This does fit here now. And then that one fits here. And then here we have a very compacted shape for all of our stations. I'm going to just take a quick screenshot of this for my own reference. Later. So bear with me a moment. And we're talking about a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles. I'm just gonna call that orientation of tiles by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, this is the farthest one, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's a 7 by 8 shape. Now that I know that, I can build that shape further ahead, and I'll probably do a 9 by 9 just so that I have room to play with if there are trees and other things. But I can get rid of a little bit of this. And be able to extend this farther so that I can worm my way out a little bit further away. And I'm just gonna build that a new area here that's gonna be 9 by 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so on. It's repetitive work, but you're... Okay, so that's as far as I can go. You're not really gonna be doing this a lot. Okay, let's grab our first border style. No, I did not want to open it. I wanted to grab it. So many trees that get in my way. So let's move that one here. That one here. And then we bring our gate. Then it's the masonry. And it just starts kind of like falling into shape around here. Wait, where were you supposed to go? Oh, that's right. It's not going to be able to because I couldn't make it big enough. So I'm gonna actually move this a little bit out of the way just so that I have more room for the bigger stations. I'm gonna drop that one here. if it'll allow me. Why is it not letting me move it? Is it bumping into something? There we go. I can now clear those tiles so that I can make that other side bigger and bring the rest of the stations. Alright, that should be enough. Let's move here. I probably made them a little bit too far apart, which again is a good thing to learn about now. Alright, that should definitely be plenty of room for me to move the last stations. You can go right there. You can go down here. You can go here. No. Here, and then I'll just move these ones so that they're closer to that grouping, because then the next step is this. So I am going to come here, make sure that I have room in my inventory, and I am going to deconstruct the totem. And then I'm gonna walk over around the area that I set up the stations over here. And I'm just gonna make drop the totem in a place where my claim will enclose all of these buildings. So it looks like here is good enough. And I'm just gonna remain it as moving claim. Nah, I'm still gonna call it road work ahead. I would avoid saying that I am moving just to prevent other people to like hang around my building, so that whenever I destroy this one, they just build, they just drop a claim in there. I don't think it's something that would necessarily happen a lot, and there's always a chance of somebody stream sniping, being malicious and doing that. But you can kind of see when there's people around you, so you would avoid doing that whenever there's anyone around you. Now we are moving further that way, right? There's a nice clearing here. Is it close enough to where I see the stations? Yeah, kind of. So let's move to this clearing first. Or actually, I don't need to move, I don't need to enhance my, or grow my claim in order to do that. I can just grab them right away and start pressing them against the edge of my claim. where do you go? Here? No, I'm not interested in the tree. I want the stations that are behind it. Thank you. Plop that in here somewhere. Move that one around here somewhere. I don't think it moved. Let's make sure that one sort of like embraces the rest of the group so that it's more packed together. And then the last one, where do you fit? Do you fit here? Yes. Okay. Oh. That was not the last one. Let me actually walk a little bit closer because I can snipe that one from back here. And there we go. And then we're still going that way. Claim. Wait, no. Claim. Make it bigger and go that way. Alright, so now I'm gonna move them around this clearing here maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'll just make it a little bit wider, I guess. As long as I have room to move them here. I mean, it doesn't have to be an exact dimension. I think I was a bit too optimistic thinking about what is the best configuration, like the most compact configuration, because you will run into like trees and things that will limit the way that you can organize your buildings. So it's probably better to just do like a big patch like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this is kind of like the patch that I had going earlier. So I'm gonna do one more for safety and start moving crafting stations. I feel like I probably should start with the biggest one. So let me grab the forestry and see where that one fits. See, there's something here that prevents me from putting anything on that tile, and that really limits the way I can place things. Oh, it's just sticks. You should be able to build on top of sticks. Was it the sticks? Yeah. No, it wasn't the sticks. It was the log. Oh, and there's something. No, that's the building itself. It was a log then. That one makes more sense. That one still fits over there. The foraging station was a full tile, right? Then you have the... No, let me grab this first. And just make it kind of like hug. I cannot make it hug anything. There we go. Oh, I did not place it correctly. I was putting it on top of the other building. This one's sort of like... Yeah, this one sort of can be hugging as well, maybe, in this orientation. Not quite. Is this all... Yeah, this is a good position for it. What is this one? The mining station. Okay, the mining station is the one that's like half a tile. And then it's just my barter stalls and the gate now, which are very much easier to set down. That one goes there. And then that one goes here. And I can even remove some of this claim tiles so that I can go just a little further without having to... No, not adding. I want to remove. Without having to pick up my claim and move it. Although I wonder if it's just easier to pick up the claim and move it. That's how I was doing it in Close Alpha 3. No, I'm lying. I did do a lot of the squiggly worm moving things around when I was moving buildings from claim that their owners just decided to stop playing around the end of the test. And so they gave me the green light to grab the buildings and transport them to my settlement. Let's see, we are going that way. I think our goal is this grouping of stones, right? This is, I think we're already kind of where we want to be. So since we're already there, I am just going to grab the claim, drop it here, and just enclose this. Like just grab the buildings. All right. Deconstruct. And I'm not leaving anything behind. And then, no, not that way, that way. I'm leaving nowhere because it's no longer a claim. That's interesting that stayed there. Let me see, what is my timestamp right now? Because I might want to... That's 1:48. So, 1 hour 48. Deconstructed totem, and it reads leaving blank blank blank. Just like as a... I guess they're not really thinking a lot of people are going to be deconstructing a lot of claims. So maybe they need to make sure that when you deconstruct the claim, that announcement that you're leaving a certain place disappears. I think I want to place the totem here. Or maybe a little bit further ahead here. Seems like a good place. So, no. I wanted to grab the totem. This goes here. And I am going to research it to tier 2. I am just so that... Oh, actually it already starts with 50 members. I'll place this as any profession, minimum level 1, so that anybody can come in here and gather resources inside of the claim, because otherwise they would not be able to. So let me just actually let them know here. I'm setting the recruit in roadwork ahead as any job at level 1, so if anyone wants to clear some of the resources that are along the way. They'd be able to. I appreciate mod and tier 1 mod and pebbles to be donated to the barter stalls. I'll set buy orders for them for like 1 stick or something to do paving. And if anyone wants to do any road building at any point, just follow the paved tiles and clear trees. All tiles along the way will be terraformed to 25 height, and that's pretty much it. There we go. Now I need to grab my crafting stations that are just orphaned out here. So let's do this. Actually, I should stand here just to get a better view. This is always kind of like doing surgery. You definitely want to make sure you don't miss anything. Like leaving a scalpel instead of person. Although this probably has less consequences. Is that all my stations? I think they are. And I'm just gonna move the gate now around there. That goes kind of here. Mining station is gonna go up there. Tailoring station. Oh, see, this one is not actually fully in the claim. I did not do surgery correctly. I missed this row. There we go. You go here. Okay, I try to put it on top of a tree. That goes there. That goes here. And that goes there. And I don't know how long I'm gonna have this claim here for, but if I can limit the supply consumption as much as possible, then I will. I'm just remembering that I did not check if I got the hex coins from the previous claim, from the crafting that I had done there. Alright. Go away. Go away. There we go. Okay, I cannot reduce the initial claimed land. so... Oh, it looks like, so the pirates are trying to get the claim to the next tier, but it looks like it's not possible to refine everything because of the fire sand. Fire sand needs cooking 20. That is kind of sad. That definitely is kind of sad if that is the case. Unless they up the skills to 20. We will not be able to... but the fire sand is done in... Compendium does read cooking as skill. Maybe it's not being properly changed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Starbuck Viper was just posting that. Well, back to this. Oh, that one was actually going to stay here. I thought it was a night jackal. So, if it's gonna get in my way, then I'll just go and deal with it right now. Alright. That last hit should do it. I always miss that smash armor when they're low in health. That's kind of weird. And I also missed with this one. I'm actually missing with a lot of them. I imagine jackals have some sort of evasion value to them. Okay, so I am here. I'm going to move this so that it's actually where the road is going to be. And then I'm going to move my barter stalls kind of like up here. I'm going to move the... Nah, everything else, it's probably fine if it's a little bit messy. Because I'm going to actually start working from over here. So, am I crashing? I am crashing. Is it right on the 2-hour timer? Almost. Almost. Yeah, that's interesting. It looks like I have not been able to play for a 1 hour straight without it crashing. So one moment while I restart the game. Alright, let's get to the game. Alright, we are back in. Do I have paving materials on me? I do. So I will start by adding them here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 5. That's kind of the pattern that we are working with. I'll deal with the trees later. Oh, let me get my tool here so that I know kind of like what layer I am working on and where the big tiles are. Alright, so on the big tile on this side, there's like a C shape. When there are 3, it's gonna be the middle one and then kind of like a C shape on both sides. That's kind of like what my brain will use to understand it. Then when it's 2 tiles, it's just all of it gets paved. I'm gonna leave that there because that's tier 2 fiber. And it still might be useful for making... what do you call it? Storage thingies? Chests, that's the word. I can talk. I know words. Words are a thing. That's 2, this is a 3, so this goes here. And we make our little C shape. And then go the other way. We cannot really do our C shape here, so we'll deal with those trees later. This is a 2 tile. And then we have a 3 tile, so we'll start with a C shape here. I definitely will kill these mushrooms. And then we do our half a C here, because that is not a tile we can do anything on. And we keep going with 2 tiles. I kind of feel like Bob Ross. We have a happy tile here. Let's give it some color. It looks like it wants to play with some rocks. So let's give him some rocks. Alright, one second, I'm just checking the conversation going on in the pirates Discord. There we go. Yes, we are giving rocks to our little tile friends so that, you know, they have rocks to play with and they can be happy. Oh, this is where that one's gonna be kind of like on one side of the road. I thought it was gonna be a bit less intrusive. I guess it is manageable. I don't have the required items. Alright, what did I run out of? Mud. Is there any mud along the tiles that I need to clear? Because then I just clear it now and I don't worry about clearing it later. Not all the way here. Is that? No, that's clay. I mean, not clay, I mean, I'm looking for clay. That was sand. See, we found mud. I'll probably grab a few more pebbles as well if I manage to fill my inventory, and I should drop these things somewhere. I could drop them into my barter stalls here, but I'll probably just drop them over there. Okay, we've got about 120, well, actually 116 clay. That's enough for a little bit. It's too bad that we cannot pave under these things, because it would be nice to leave it there and just be able to walk under it. Alright, let me actually grab a little bit more pebbles. Here we go. Okay, and let's continue paving this bit here. Okay, then this is, yeah, this is the tree is basically gonna be taking up half of the road here. It's not a bad thing, I think. I mean, it looks nice, and the road is going to be wide enough that it's not gonna feel like, you know, it's fully blocking the path. Because like you have all of this space to the side, right? I mean, a lot of people built roads that are like 3 tiles wide. And I don't have anything to pave here, so I have to start on that side now. And this is where we're starting to reach a lot more obstacles that are gonna take a bit longer to clear. Because we have the Fairlith here and we have the limestone as well. That is the middle, so this is where we want to do our C. Then I actually want to pave that tile over on that side, but I can't. I mean, I can if I go around this way. So I'm just gonna do that so that it still shows where the road is. That one's not possible to pave. And then we would have our C on this side. I guess I'm gonna stop calling it a C shape and just like a half circle. It's, I guess, a bit more appropriate because sometimes it's oriented like a C and sometimes it's oriented the other way. Oh yes, we can pave under buildings. I'm so not used to being able to pave under these things. Okay, so that's all the tiles on this big tile need to be paved. Then we do the half circle on this big tile. Fully pave the middle tile. How am I doing with resources? Almost out of mud. So once I run out of mud here, I will start I'll start chopping. Okay, now have a circle on this side. Actually, I'm just gonna, well, I wanted to make it a little bit closer because I think I'm going to be running out of materials soon. Yeah, see? Don't have the required items. Alright, so it's gonna take more mud to continue that, which I don't have right now. Let me actually move that one here. Oh, I cannot move it on top of itself. I have to move it away, then move it here. And which one is the high tier? This is the one that's higher tier. What do we have in this one? Because we're going to be dropping a lot of stuff over in the barter stalls in Tortuga. These goes there, this goes there, that goes there. Planks as well, or maybe I'll try to make a package first. Where's my carpentry station? This is my carpentry station. Yes, so let's get those planks in a package. Hey, there's Zozo with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing today? How are you enjoying BitCraft so far? Did you get your tools? I saw that you needed tools. Welcome everyone from Zozo's stream. We are also playing BitCraft here. My name is Gon and I absolutely love this game. You'll usually find me building roads, kind of like this one. It doesn't quite look like a proper road yet. I have to clear a lot of things here, but we'll get to it. We will get to it. Good day there, Fluxius. How are you doing today? And welcome to the channel, Captain Troy Handsome. Your Twitch connection was bad. Yeah, that's... I mean, BitCraft has been a bit rougher for me today than on past days. I've been having to restart every hour or so. Let's grab these things. I'm gonna drop you here for a moment. I'm gonna leave my food here for a moment, just so that I have a bit more room for clay. Hey Geek, how are you doing today? Long time no see. Right now I'm helping the pirates make some roads. So the first one is gonna go kind of like this way. Then there's gonna be another one that's gonna go kind of like this way. And then another one that goes that way. The idea is for all of them to be like 5-6 tiles wide. And just have a nice look to the town by the end of the test. And I've also been sort of learning what has changed and what hasn't changed from previous tests in terms of road building. We are now able to pave under buildings. So, like for example, if I had clay right now on me, which I don't, and I wanted to pave under this fence, I can do that now. I don't need to move the fence away and pave and then move the fence back in there. You want to change the pavement that's under this building? It's actually not letting me. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because it already has this type of paving. Let's say I want to do that. See, I'm able to... Like, you won't reach the middle tile, but you also don't see the middle tile. So you can easily, like, pave all around here and like change the look of your settlement without having to shuffle buildings around. Definitely feels good. One thing that does not feel so good, that I think is different from how it worked before, if you are moving a building, you cannot move it anywhere where the old footprint of that building is still there, because it says that it's on top of another building. I can't remember if that was also the case before. Like, if I wanted to move this building, like just one tile down, I would need to move it away first and then to the ideal location. And that doesn't feel good. I posted already on the BitCraft Discord about this. Yeah, it doesn't feel like that was the case. Like, I feel you were able to just like, oh, I just want to move this one tile down and click on it and then just move. So I don't really know why that is happening now. I mean, it clearly is identifying the building there like something that's in the way, but that's the same building that you're moving, so it kind of shouldn't consider it. Anyway, I'm losing track of things. I wanted to drop... No, this package I've got on my back goes here. You don't recall that being the case as well. Do you remember shuffling buildings around, not having that issue? Yeah, I kind of remember that too. Especially when I was moving my claim around, like that's what I was doing earlier. I had originally set up my claim here, that's why I have a home there. But they already have a smaller road that's going this way, so it made more sense to build a road that goes that way for now. So I had to basically like grab my claim and grab all the stations because I already got the crafting stations in there, and just like start piling the stations in one area, and then deconstructing the claim, building it on this side, grabbing the stations, moving them to the other side. And that's something that I actually did a lot on Close Alpha 3. And I don't remember having that problem with moving buildings just one tile off. Alright, what else do I have here? I have this should go in here. The planks could also go in there. The bark maybe. And that's about it. Then this is where they are gathering these things. And then by the scholar station is where they have the rares. Did you say the pavings large or 5 appear on the map? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, yeah, with the tool you can see that. Yes. That's the F4 tool. I can turn it on and off with F4. In order to access the debug F keys, you do need to enable them here. They are disabled by default. But yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see this on the map. What you cannot see on the map anymore, and I miss it, is the elevation. I used to be able to like uncover a certain area of the map and see where the elevation changes were, so that I could easily see where I wanted to build a road through to try to avoid a lot of terraforming, and that's not necessarily going to be the case now. You're actually going to have to walk through the land and like take measurements with terraforming dig sites and so on. Yeah, I think they actually eliminated it on purpose, just so that the map looks more clean. And I will give it to them, it looks more clean. Thank you there for the follow, Quillonut, and I will take good care of your soul, don't worry. I think the map looks cute. I definitely think that is an improvement, but once you zoom in enough so that those trees disappear, it would be nice to have the elevation show. Like, you would see it in a grid that's still like these ones disappear in fairly far away once you're starting to zoom in. Like, this is what, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 grids across the screen or so. Like, if you're doing terraforming, this is or road building, this is definitely the scope of the map that you're working with. And if they're removing the cute little things that they're the trees that they've added to the map, it does feel like we would benefit from seeing elevation here. How's the you guys are now called the Wardens, right? How's your guys' claim coming together? Let me put that gyp site here and that one there. Carvings and everything else tier 2. Oh, I forgot to drop this thread here. And then everything else is masonry. Wait, no, Bracksite is a tier 2 rare, and I think that goes on this box. Yeah. Now the masonry and mining stuff goes here. It's really sad that we don't have access to tier 2 paving, because I was very excited to try to like at least make an interesting pattern with two colors of pebbles, but that's not really gonna be available. So yeah, we kind of miss out on that. And now I actually want to make more pebbles, because I opened up my settlement for all the Tortugans to just be able to join in. Oh, I did not rename it. It's not called a claimed area. It's called... Wait. Road work ahead. Let me confirm. I do have this like that. I am going to add Briss with full permissions. I'm gonna add Furnace with full permission. If anybody from Wardens wants to build roads, you can also let me know and I will definitely add you. You can also just join in like this. This won't give you access to building or inventory, but there's actually no storage. I don't have any storage, and yeah, that doesn't really make much of a difference. Oh, we're not able to cycle in between. Oh wait, no, that's because I was interacting with the totem, not with the L claims buttons. There we go. We are able to cycle in between claims. Alright, let's just see who else was around here. Rom. Infernus. So let me just add Rom here. Members, add member. And they can add anybody else that they feel like they want to add. I probably would not do the same thing with permissions in early access. Like I would definitely add a couple of people, but there's not really a need for a lot of permissions. It's a lot of work every time that I'm opening up the claim to add people, because every time that I move along the road, I will deconstruct this thing and just rebuild it up ahead. So that's definitely not something that I would do in the game. Oh wait, did I leave my card? I left my card out there. It's too far to go get it, so let's just recover it this way. But yeah, you like during the early access. Oh, I need to eat. I am starving to death. I don't have food on me. Here we go. During the early access, and probably the game proper once it's released, the way that makes sense for me to work in road building is that you definitely need a RIT, because you need to be able to build gates that will do two things. They're gonna make the road look prettier, and actually, like, since this one the road is a little bit wider, I actually would want to add... Come on, let me move this out of the way. I would want to add a couple of these things on either side. Maybe just up to here. Let me just chop this tree. Well, actually not that one, because that one can stay there. This one, I am eventually gonna kill it. So I'll just do that for the walls themselves. But the other reason beyond looks is this. Adding gates to your road is going to allow you to have the road be safe for travelers from like tier 1 materials, because the gate only requires... Wait, where's my gate? The gate only requires 2 trunks and 4 logs to build. That's actually very easy to manage. And so it's very... And you're gonna be dropping a lot of trees along the way. If you're starting out with setting up a claim somewhere in the Calm Forest early on, just so that you can have, you know, multiple kilns, multiple farms and so on, and still be kind of close to the main towns. I was led to know by Jordan in my feedback post that we are going to be able to build a marketplace and a bank in our settlements starting at tier 2. So we're not really gonna have to do what we're doing right now, which is if you have anything that you actually want to sell, you need to bring it there, because there's like you can set up your barter stalls, but that's not gonna show here. Yeah, the bank definitely starting at tier 2. Yeah, confirmed by Jordan. It is essential for a settlement. It might not look like it from the perspective of a group that is making their own settlements for themselves, and you know, like the pirates right now, they've got all these barter stalls spread around their claim so that they have storage. But yeah, I do expect it to be expensive. It definitely should be a lot of materials. That shook you so hard you woke from your nap, Kaelin. Are you feeling better, by the way? Did the nap help? But yeah, it is essential. If you do not have a bank and a marketplace that non-claim members can use, you're not gonna see a lot of traffic in your claim. That might be something that some people actually want, and some people might want to not have a bank and only have a marketplace and only have storage available in their claim for actual claim members. But other groups might want to try to entice as many people to go into their claims and work on their stations for the hex coin gains, right? Especially if it's balanced in a nice way where you actually do get your investment back. Like right now, I only did enough crafting in my crafting stations so that I could build all my crafting stations. And that gave me about 32 hex coin. So I assume like if you're doing serious work on your settlement, you're probably looking at, you know, not too bad of an income, like a passive income that is nice. So if you don't have a bank, it's very difficult for a player that is not a member of the claim or that doesn't have access to storage in the claim to even gather the resources that are right outside and bring them in and process them. The only way to do that is like handling your inventory in a creative way with your cart or your deployable storage and so on. And, you know, sort of like moving everything from one place to the next whenever you go to the next place. And that's kind of tricky, especially because the storage cache is deeper than your inventory and cart combined. So if you were working in an area for any amount of time, you're not really going to be able to grab everything that you did there with you if you go to a different place. It's going to take a few trips. Having a bank there and having the marketplace will allow you to decide what you want to store in the bank, and maybe you will go back to that settlement and work on it later, and what things you might just decide to drop into the marketplace and just sell them for whatever people will give you. Like I didn't start in this region. I started in this region south of this area. I started in Low March. And everything that I got from leveling to 10 at first, and then, you know, starting to build a little road that I did here, all the surplus materials and all that, I just dropped it into the marketplace and just sold it for cheap. I ran away from the French. Hey, how are you doing there, Annie? Yeah, I ran away from the... Oh, wait, this is also now Kingdom of France. Interesting. I know that Trisp had set up some watchtowers here. I don't know if it was by accident. I think that they were sort of like joking about bullying the French, but it does look like the French actually took it back. This is the Trisp that I mean. They're also streaming for BitCraft. They actually have a really long stream going. They are trying to take full advantage of the, what do you call it, the bits thing. Let me just drop that here so that you know who it is. You probably all know who it is anyway. But for every certain amount of bits, they are like increasing the duration of their stream, and they're up to like 53 minutes. I mean, 53 hours. But they probably have gotten an insane amount of shards from this thing. And so it does seem like they want to go into the Empire system seriously. In Tortuga, that red area, this red area here is what happens when you have, like I don't have these areas discovered, but I know that on this chunk there's a watchtower from the Trispian Empire, and then on this chunk there's a watchtower from the pirates. Each watchtower will influence 3x3 grid around it, and if it intersects with a grid from a different empire, then that area becomes contested. It doesn't belong to them. It doesn't belong to them. It is kind of like, yeah, contested. And the way to, like, if you're here and you really want those two chunks, you would go to war and you would attack their watchtower so that you would destroy it, and then you would get your chunks back. Or you can wait for their watchtower to just run out of supplies, and then, you know, that would get fixed. I do know, I have it in good faith that this was a mistake. That Trisp was not looking to do war with Tortuga. Melody from Tortuga has been in conversation with Trispian when that happened, and it apparently was a mistake because they're not very sure where the watchtowers need to be to extend efficiently. And you can clearly see that by the fact that they have like an empty chunk here, and like you have these empty chunks here. Ideally, if you're extending and each watchtower is a 9x9 grid, you want to drop one tower here, then the next one you want to drop it here so it grabs the next, you know, 3x3 chunk. And so I guess Trisp is just getting familiar with the system, learning their lessons in the demo, as one should. But that is the reason. You want to use the catapults in the trailer? Yeah, I haven't seen any proper Empires action. I am honestly not very interested in the system. I have joined the Tortuga Empire so that I can show people on the stream like what that looks like, you know, how it works in a way. Because I am also a claim owner, I can show people, you know, that these are the buildings that you use in your empire and, you know, all that stuff. But I definitely am not interested in participating in it. I also heard from somebody in Tortuga that apparently they want, or they might be considering, adding PvP as a valid strategy into like inter-empire wars, so that if this empire is at war with that empire, then any person from the Trispian Empire that sees any person from the Tortuga Empire out in the wild would be able to attack them. That's how I understand that they are sort of like flirting with the idea. I kind of hope that they don't. I feel that's going to discourage a lot of people from getting involved with the Empire system. Because like right now I can freely, like, I can be flying the Tortuga colors with no repercussions, and I'm not really interested in the dynamics, but you know, I don't mind having it. But if belonging to an empire puts you at risk of being, you know, assassinated, I am sure like a lot of the player base is just not really gonna get involved with it. The only people that are gonna get involved with it are people that the people that knowing nothing about the game are always asking when PvP, when PvP, when... The game doesn't really suit PvP so much, in my opinion. So it's like you're gonna have two games in one world. You will have the game of the Empires, which is a pay-to-win PvP game that is sharing a world with the chill game of PvE enjoyers that don't really want to worry about that and that are interested in no pay to win and so on. So yeah, it kind of feels like a weird decision if they do that. I haven't actually been reading every post in the BitCraft Discord lately, so I don't know if it came in conversation there or if it was in a voice chat with Voxel or where the pirates got that information. But yeah, I really hope they don't do that. Yeah, exactly, Flux. No, when PvP, when WASP, when drop. If there's Empire, there is War, which is PvP. There is, but it's different if it's an economic PvP that is opt-in. I guess you cannot really opt in to the PvP in the Empire system. If you set up your Empire, then you are in that PvP. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Melody. You had an insider. You had an insider in there. Like I'm sure they're probably throwing a whole bunch of ideas around and trying to figure out exactly what it is that they want to do and how it is that they want to do it. Did I not grab my cart? I didn't. I thought I told it to recover the cart. Maybe I hit cancel. Anyway, yeah, I'm hoping it's more like an idea that they're flirting with, but not necessarily something they're convinced of doing yet. And I hope that they talk about it before implementing, just so that they can get a feel of what the community would think about it. Because I don't think that most of the community that's already in the game would like it. I definitely know that there are people that want that and that would enjoy it, but it sort of breaks the game into two games in one world. And that feels weird. I think that's my biggest argument against it is that it's like adding a separate game in on top of the BitCraft world, and that feels weird. All right, can I get my cart now? I wanna crack some rocks. There we go. Where's my mining station? Here. I'm lazy, so this is another reason why I do this when I'm building roads, because I can just grab my stations and bring them around me. Like, if I'm being attacked by a jackal here, I could just like grab that and put it here and be able to keep, you know, chopping the rock without worrying about a jackal. There are definitely a lot of advantages about getting that writ early on. I mean, this is something that I could do with a campfire, but the campfire, you place it and it stays there, and it's more expensive to build. Well, this is more expensive, but this one I can take with me everywhere, so it's infinite use. Plus, it's even a passive income source if I drop all the rocks that I'm getting here. If I drop them there, and I post them for sale for 1 hex coin each, and the station's right next to it, anybody can come in here, buy the rocks, and you know, break them into pebbles. I don't have a kiln. I don't have a masonry station. I don't know if I would want to. I guess I would want to build a masonry station so that people can break the rocks into pebbles, turn the pebbles into gems. which is a very pebble demanding loop. Build a bonfire and move it with a claim. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I thought about it, but I couldn't build it right away, so I forgot it existed. But yeah, I definitely could. I like gates because you can walk around gates. Hey, there's a wild breeze. Yes, Flux, help. Come help. You have been told by Zozo to come and help and become a road builder. Tell whom to go to bed? Is Flux supposed to go to bed? Briss. Oh, I mean, I think Briss already slept for a bit. I saw him not be in the voice chat for a little bit. Alright, 8 chunks. I'm gonna be even lazier. Oh wait, no, not that one. This one, I'm going to move it even closer to me. So without moving from where I am, no, here. I can keep doing that while I move this there. See? BitCraft road building is a window management game. A window and building management game. I've got my protection, I've got my station to process things once I'm done with breaking them. I've got the place to store them. And I can just keep going at it. I really, really wish we had the food that makes the stamina not go down. Hopefully that's at least a tier 2 food that we just won't see in the demo. But if we don't get that in early access, they're gonna have some stern words from me. It's cool that you can get access to cheap food that refills your bar kind of quickly once you're not doing anything. But we need food that lets us, just craft to infinity. What you heard is that they got rid of regen while actively using energy. That would be really bad. I was hoping that was not the case because here we still have 2 speeds. We have the passive, which is when you're not doing anything, and you have the active, which is when you are doing something. So I was just hoping that there is food that will give us this, but we haven't seen it yet. Hey there, Jezebel, how are you doing? For anybody that doesn't know, Jezebel's claim, if I'm not mistaken, is right here. So you're on camera. Smile. How is your claim coming up? I wish while hovering here you could see how many people there were, like what tier claim it was. That would definitely be nice. Doing good, halfway through making the benches. Nice, very nice. Okay, I ran out of stamina. There we go. Start it up again. No, don't move away. I wanted to open my cart. Someone wander into your camp and stayed, so now you have 5 people. There you go. If you feel like building roads at any point, you are welcome to join... which one is mine? This one. You're welcome to join Roadworks. I don't know if you've set it up like that too, Jezebel, where you have the recruit thing and you can just have anybody is welcome. Anybody and everybody is welcome. I like that we kind of get a passive income from people crafting in our towns, and that is something that encourages us to open them up to people, even if like they don't have to be a part of the claim to do that, but like if they are able to join, it sort of like makes them feel more part of it and more likely to return to your claim. You do have that said. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think I did build. I mean, I think I might have seen your road. Is your road coming around this side? Oh wait, that might actually be Volkov's, because I'm building a road that sort of goes this way, and I saw a road coming this way. Where is your road? You're probably closer to Dust Hollow, right? So I'm assuming you're probably making a road down to this side. Soon we will have housing districts. Nice. So is the plan to set up a whole bunch of tents, Melody? It is out of town to the other side of the river. So like, do you have a road that goes from here to here, and then a little bit across the river there? I like roads, so I always try to see what people are doing. Oh, up and around. Alright, alright. That's fair. I know that the French built a road that goes from around here and sort of like goes around the river and connects to their claim, which is in this chunk. Too bad we cannot see settlements in other regions other than the started claims. I mean, region is a new system, so it is expected that there are things that need to be fixed. Oh, in early access, oh, you want to set up a neighborhood area to one side of the town center? That sounds like a reasonable thing to have. I guess right now will be a good time to sort of decide what kind of layout you want to have for Tortuga. Is the plan in Tortuga to have the prime city in the starter biome and then have a second city like in the tundra or desert or something like that? The roads are great because people see them and just follow them. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like, the very first thing that I did was trying to get the writ for the settlement. But then the next thing that I did was I wanted to build a road here. So I placed my settlement here and started to build a road. There's a road actually that goes through here. And yeah, people would just see, like, either they were wandering around and saw the road, or they saw the settlement and tried to see, you know, who's out there. Roads and settlements are what connect people for sure. You want an outpost, so Tortuga Prime will be the massive starter city with ocean access. Yeah, I feel it has to have ocean access. I don't think it has to be like right by the water eventually. Like you can grow it this way later on, and just have a road, like even if it's a small road that goes to the water, because the way that roads work. This is actually an interesting topic that I was talking with Kelling about earlier. The way that roads work is kind of weird. We are used to thinking that the best way to build a road would be to follow this orientation, right? Because you have the big tiles and then you just do a straight line that way. The problem with this setup is that if you're terraforming, every time that you need to deal with this, if you want to do it three tiles wide, you're dealing with 2 more tiles on the sides. And also, the biggest problem is that the orientation for the gates doesn't work that way. This orientation here is the axis. It's not the front and back, it's the side to side of the gate. So we have to start thinking more in this orientation. So using the sides of the hexagons as the directionality instead of like going perpendicular towards them, you would want to be parallel to those. And that's the orientation in which you have the gates align nicely, right? And that leads us to being able to build roads north to south. East to west is not really a good setup, but then you also have diagonal roads that you can do, like northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, that sort of like fill that gap. We're so used to thinking north, south, east, west that, at least for me, it took me a few tests to sort of like get that out of my head, and instead of trying to force roads to fit the paradigm that's in my head, to try to learn what roads want to do and adapt to that. So yeah, I don't remember how I got to this point. Orientation something something. The current city placement was more due to the thought that couldn't clear tier 2. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Jezebel just built your road and followed any sort of clear path that you could see. Yeah, and that's also part of the conversation that we were having. Like, you have two different types of roads. You have highways, and then you have like secondary roads. Highways are the ones that you're drawing between like faraway places, and you want them to be as straight as possible, right? If I want to get from here to there, I would like it to be as straight as possible. It's not possible to do this, but it is possible to do this and then up, for example. I mean, we cannot pave in here, but just as an example. It's not possible to do like any direction that you want, just because it doesn't angle that way. But you do have 6 directions to go: straight north, straight south, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. And with those, you can make a network of highways that's really good. And then you could have secondary roads, like for example, I'm building a road this way right now, and there's a watchtower here. So it wouldn't make sense to like build a straight south road from here. It makes more sense to build a road from here to here, and that's kind of like more squiggly. You wouldn't really be able to necessarily go in the exact direction, but you can sort of like go and wander around the trees and make it a more scenic route. That's because it's shorter. It doesn't affect you so much if it's not perfectly straight. Yours the road Little Red Riding went on to Grandma's house. The Little Red Riding Hood. Yep. No, I'm not. I forgot to do... No, not that way. This way. There we go. Let's keep clearing the way. There we go. How many chunks did I miss? Two, whole bunch. These are easy to pick up once there's nothing in between, because you can just open the item thing and it opens here, and you can just drag them directly to your cart or directly to your shop. The butter stall window closes if I step like 1 or 2 tiles away though. So it's likely gonna be move them to the cart and then move them to the butter stall. Let's try to make a nice screenshot of this. Mining. I want to be able to see my friend down there. There we go. Feels kind of weird how the building sort of flattens the grass texture around it. I guess it's because I haven't paved below it. I assume then that this is kind of their way of telling us, yeah, you should definitely pave under your buildings. Which is actually probably the best, absolute best reason to love the fact that we are able to pave under buildings, because now we can actually, if we place our claim and we forgot to pave that tile, we are not able to move the claim out of the way and then pave and then move it in. So now we can actually just pave under it. That's lovely. I did not think about that until just right now, but it's definitely one of my favorite new things that they have done. Did the music stop? I think the music stopped. Let me refresh that. There we go. Sorry about that. Starting volume. Just a little bit. There we go. I have no idea. It's like my I use that chill hop thing that's posted on my Twitch, because then that way I don't have to worry about my VODs getting muted or flagged for copyright and whatnot. Mainly so that they don't get muted, I guess. But I guess their website kind of didn't refresh well. Let me open my market stall. Oh. Yeah, I mean it's not difficult to pick up the rocks and then move them around, but if I can skip steps, then I will. Alright, this is another one. Is that in my way? Let me move this out of the way. Because my road is facing that way, and it's doing 1, 2, 3 chunks, then 2. Yeah, this is I'm gonna have to kill that one too. It's not entirely bad. I mean, it's a lot of effort trying to do all of that, but I need pebbles to pave, right? And I'm not running that low on pebbles. The other market stall I have's got like 500 of them. But when you're paving a road that you want to be, you know, fairly wide, you're definitely gonna run through a lot of pebbles. So the fact that the road is giving you everything that you need to build it is nice. Oh, I just got another reply from Jordan over in the BitCraft Discord saying that, yeah, they did not add the bank and marketplace because they didn't expect to go to tier 2, but he says it will be very accessible. They felt strongly that player towns shouldn't be a downgrade from the ruined towns, and it would be without the marketplace. Yeah, I fully agree. Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely getting annoyed by this, having to wait every certain amount of time for the stamina to fill back up. Makes me feel that if there was better food and they increased the professions to level 20. I wish they also increased cooking, like the skills. I am not sure if they didn't increase the skills to prevent people from just like going to the next tier grind. Like, I don't know if that was deliberate. Maybe it was. But yeah, it's definitely something that is not good. It doesn't feel good. If it's the way you're doing it at tier 1, and then you do better once you're able to find or make better food, then I don't have that much of a problem with it. But if that's the way they want to do things, then I think it's a bad way. Even if you have like a much better heart and you got the right clothes for the stamina buff, the clothes and the heart may not really scale well enough with the way that the stamina drain increases as you tier up. Especially because you have a much lower drop rate at higher tiers, so you're expected to be gathering for longer. And then for crafting, they have a higher effort. So yeah, even if you have more stamina because they require more stamina, it doesn't matter because the same job is gonna take a lot more effort. You think they weren't increased because they weren't in this version of the game? As I understand it, they can kind of freely add and remove things. I assume it's probably not as freely as we would like, because it clearly involved some planning, I guess, for them to do the jump, like the unlocking tier level 20, I guess. But on the other hand, based on all that they have said about Spacetime DB, they should be able to just make this kind of changes on the fly. But then I don't know if the build, the current build for BitCraft that we are playing right now, is like an improvised one that they did for it to actually be a demo. The fact that we cannot make the banks and the marketplace makes me think so. Makes me think that's the case. I think the issue is that they weren't in the office but at TwitchCon. That's not necessarily true. Alessandro was in the office. He was actually in Percival's chat when Tyler was there with them in TwitchCon, and that's when they, like, basically Tyler told Percival to give Alessandro the word and you know, flip the switch. So yeah, no, they were definitely, they're definitely in office. Like, yeah. I mean, you absolutely want all hands on deck when you've got a demo out and you're trying to make people see the demo, even if it's a weekend, you know. And even if, I guess, part of your staff is going to be in TwitchCon, you definitely want your tech team to be available and working. What I am assuming is that the world that we're seeing is not the same as the closed alphas, obviously, but also not the same as we will see in early access. So like, I guess if the alphas is like 0.1 point whatever, and then the betas are like 0.2 point whatever, this is like 0.1.999. It's not quite 0.2. The fact that some buildings are just not enabled is, you know, indication enough. I won't crucify the devs about not having active regeneration until the EA. right. One more to go. And actually, yeah, no, 2 more to go. I also need to do that one. Or do I? Or do I? This is already a large change from alpha. Yes, definitely. And not all for the best. EA should be hopefully a welcome change in many aspects. What are the main things you feel, Melody, that have not been for the best? I mean, the stamina, I understand. But I can't fathom that being the way that they think it should work. I imagine one of the main things that you might not be so happy in terms of changes is that your focus was always farming and cooking, right? So having cooking change from how does that feel? Yes, actually. How does that feel as a cooking focused person? To see that go from a profession to a skill. Do you think you would still feel like something that you can feel accomplished as a cook? You're saying stamina for sure. Hopefully the Empire PvP is about miscommunication. Hopefully. There needs to be an adjustment to the traveler tasks. Yes, definitely. It encourages more trading with them than learning to do the skills. Yes. That is the major thing that they like. I wouldn't say that's a bad change from alphas because that's a new thing. So that's more, I guess, a feedback on one of the new systems. The experience that the travelers give per task is too high. The travelers should give you an idea of like how skills work and what crafting professions different skills are intended to work with, and they should also be a source of hex coin into the economy, but they should not be such a big source of experience. I wonder if they did that because they haven't enabled, like, there's no other way as it stands right now to gain experience in merchanting or sailing or taming. So maybe they did that just for that reason. I'll ask Jordan. Everything should be no, trust me, the others don't make sense either. Construction is something that you should level by building roads and making buildings. Merchanting is something you should level every time that you post a listing in the marketplace and that listing is purchased by somebody else. Sailing should be something that you get experience by sailing. Slayer, you get experience by killing jackals. Taming, I don't really know exactly how they intend that system to work, but like you should learn skills by doing. Otherwise, like, I could be a top level merchant, not having touched the what do you call it? The marketplace at all, just because, you know, I'm crafting so much cloth, right? Or so many bricks. So that doesn't really feel right. too far. Let me bring that a little bit closer. And yeah, I guess that sort of goes along with what you're saying, that you can just avoid even touching, not even just the station, like you can just avoid touching cooking ingredients and just like get like buy the cooked food from other people and just deliver that to Heimlich. I can't remember what else Heimlich likes. Yeah, it is all food based, but it doesn't mean that you have to craft it. You can get like thousands of experience by just buying cheap mashed bulbs, which are so plentiful. So plentiful. We all know how many mashed bulbs, like how not just how many mashed bulbs we have in our claims later on, but how many dedicated boxes for mashed bulbs we can fill. You guess it's just because we don't know how they want all the skills to get experience, so it's hard to imagine those compared to something so familiar with like cooking. True. But even just like something that I am very familiar with, which is building roads. I got to level 8 construction by doing the tasks, by doing these things. Wait, don't walk that way. You go back to work slave by doing these things with Brico. And I never gave him any leather. I never gave him any metal. I would just give him some bricks and some cloth here and there. And I mainly did it for the hex coin, because I was grinding hex coin to do my writ. So I got 8 free levels of construction by not doing anything related to construction. And then I got the last 2 levels by building road, but and by building the gates and walls and that kind of thing over in that other place that I was building road in. But it did feel kind of slow. You get 1 experience per paved tile. That feels a little bit low. And you got, I think, the buildings, I think it was based on the effort. I didn't actually look at the numbers very closely, but you know, it felt like it was much less rewarding in terms of experience to do the thing than to just go here and drop a whole bunch of stuff to Brico. Hey Visker, how's it going? How are you doing today? To be fair, Brico is also the guy that sells things like wagons, forcing people to build to get better carts. Maybe awkward. Not necessarily. I mean, it's like the boats. You don't need a wagon. You can have carts and you can improve those carts. The wagon is like the better thing that somebody that is actually doing that skill gets access to. So yeah, no, I definitely do think that there should be a separation between the type of vehicles like carts that anyone can use. Anyone and everyone can use a cart, but only certain types of players will be able to buy the carts. I mean the wagons. The one caveat where that's kind of awkward is for merchants, I guess, because merchants want to maximize the amount of cargo that they want to move around. But I wonder if that might just make merchants more dependent on builders and sailors in a way that they might be able to hire a sailor that's got a cargo ship to bring them and all their cargo from point A to point B, and then somebody that just wants to sail and invest in their skills so that they can sail that maximum level ship, can sort of source the materials by ferrying cargo around and getting hex coins and buying the big boat eventually. You're okay with the placeable being something you have to work for. Everyone have high level everything in alpha. If they just had money was weird. Yeah, exactly. There has to be more than just grind a whole lot of hex coins and then you can get everything, right? It doesn't mean that you're not able to move around. Like you could easily buy a skiff permit, or you could just move around with your raft, and they might be able to make better rafts that, you know, somebody that's not really doing a lot of traveling or moving stuff around and doesn't use the raft like their boat so much is probably okay with a raft or a skiff. But somebody that really goes into sailing should have access to something better. In terms of the wagons being linked to construction, yeah, I'm not sold on it. It might be better for them to be linked to merchant. I definitely think that's probably true. And then I guess construction, it makes more sense for construction to be linked to the deployable personal cash, because as a builder and road builder, you're dealing with a lot of items lying around. Like I just build my claim and I just build barter stalls, but that right now I'm just cheesing the system. If I had access as a builder to better storage deployables, that would probably feel right. Okay, but hear me out. Merchants have trading stalls. Construction makes little sense because if you're clearing trees and stones wagon. True. But then what is the role of the merchant? Is the role of the merchant have a trade stall somewhere and buy and sell without moving from their place? Or is the role of the merchant to move merchandise from A to B? Like, is merchant a point of sale focused skill, and then the construction players and the sailor players are the ones that the logistics would fall under? Because that actually sounds cool. Then if you want to be like the best merchant ever, you would need to set up connections and have a network of sailors and builders to build the roads that connect your trading, like your hubs for trading, and to ferry your cargo around. And you as a merchant are looking at being, you know, having your finger on the pulse of what the economy is like in this place and that place, and organizing and coordinating those sales through your stalls. I don't know. That actually feels like it would be a cool loop. Let me actually write that down in my notes. Like the more I chew on the idea in my head, it definitely feels like that would make sense. Because then you're thinking about the whole economy as commerce, not just something that falls into the lap of merchants. You have commerce, in terms of commerce, you have salesmen and you have logistics, right? So the merchant skill is actually kind of like the salesmen that are the ones that are closing the deals, that are finding out what is worth how much here or there. And then as they grow in experience and scope of action, they would need to source the services of other players to take care of the logistics. Don't know how it would work, but would love to see someone with a large passenger ship opposite to a cargo ship. Actually, I can't remember. I think that was a conversation that was happening last night in in Tortugas VC, right? That somebody might have heard something about that they wanted to do like different types of ships. Some that were cargo oriented and some like transport oriented, but with a cart. I mean, yeah, the cart would be kind of like you would be able to fit a cart, but not a wagon, right? That actually fits into that sort of scheme. Because then, like, it doesn't make sense for the builder to give the sailor their to travel with the sailor on their wagon. It makes sense for the merchant to travel around with their wagon with the selected items, and then you have the ferryman that's bringing them around. And then that would actually be pretty cool. Maybe like the cargo ship would be something that you're entrusting the sailor with the logistics for like really big bulk movements of cargo. But then you could have a smaller ship that is faster that could carry either like I don't know, 10 people or 2 people with their carts, right? I don't know, something like that would be nice. Definitely be nice. And it also sort of like extends what the role of the skills is in the world. And it kind of ties. There was a bit of a Q&A during Percival's stream right before I started streaming yesterday. So I was watching them, and Minch and Tyler, Carter and Tyler, Minch and Threeblade, were doing a bit of a Q&A, and they were sort of like defining what the difference were between professions and skills, and in an oversimplified way. The conclusion that was made was that professions is progress, technological progress, and skills is logistics. You have to keep your people fed, you have to keep your people connected, you have to move goods around, you have to keep your people moving, right? You have to keep your people safe. I guess taming, we don't really know what it really is going to be. I hope it's like mounts and like animals that can pull wagons, or there was the idea of like a sea turtle that would that you could have, and it would make your raft go a little bit faster. I don't know, like there's but that skills is logistics, professions is technological progress. And I think that's a really good line to set and to differentiate, and then be able to make clearer decisions as to what you expect from players engaging in each of the activities. Alright, I cleared all the chunks of rock. No, wait, I'm missing one. Let's just do that now. Here. How long does this take to... This is probably gonna be like 20... Oh wait, no, that's 1 hour. So... Let me actually start gathering them. So... Yeah, this one's 38 minutes. I thought it was 24 hours for cargo. It is not. Well, let's grab the ones that are further away. Let me toggle that so that I can actually see where everything is. There's another chunk here. And then... Why walk when you can just do that, right? Then that goes here. Walk to the next chunk of rock. Too far. Okay, so that is too far from the cart. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's bring our cart kind of like here in between all of them. And we can move that one here now because we're going to be using it over there. And there's 4 more. Okay. Now we kill the big rock. Actually, I should leave that open. And that one too. There we go. That one's getting close to halfway through. Cool. I'm gonna have to get rid of the Fairlith ones that are also gonna be a bit of a pain. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I guess if the moment that Tortuga had been settled, the path where you wanted to do the roads are going is set, it would have been faster. I think I am getting raided. Yes, thank you for the raid there, Original Sid. Welcome everyone to the stream. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Were you also playing BitCraft? My name is Gon. I play BitCraft. I stream BitCraft occasionally. I built roads. I have been playing since the older tests, so I put quite a few hours into the game. If anybody coming in from the raid is only learning about the game recently or not really familiar with some things or wants to ask any questions, feel free to do so. I will try to answer them to the best of my knowledge, and if I don't know the answer, then we might be able to figure it out, either by asking other people in chat or checking out Discord. Mondays are Minecraft. Alright, so you're gonna continue on Wednesday. That's cool. So had you been playing BitCraft before? I do. I actually have a few at level 20 now. I've got my foraging, forestry, and mining, which are like basic skills for me as a road builder. Already gotten to 20. And I got tailoring and carpentry to 20 because I needed to build the crafting stations, and those are tier 2. So in order to be able to yeah, they raised the cap yesterday. Basically to unlock this. The goal of that was to unlock the crafting buildings so that people are now able to build proper towns that have all the stations that you would have in the ruined towns. Like, let me head over here. I am building a road next to Tortuga. It's actually gonna go from Tortuga and this way. They are set up right south from Glintmoor. And Tortuga is a group that's been playing for a while as well, since the very first alpha. And as you can see, settlements now actually look like settlements. You started playing during the last big playtest, so closed alpha 3. All right, so you're definitely familiar with how the settlement things work and kind of like what they can look for. Like, I mean, how they can look. The way that they set up the settlement early on was basically not expecting that we would be able to do any of this. So it was just kind of like Tortuga dropping their name in the map, and also building lots of farm fields, because farm fields, right? Oh, you saw the channel learn that playtest. Oh, alright, so welcome back then, welcome back. And yeah, the biggest advantage of having your own player town and working out of a player town instead of a ruined town is access to multiple stations where you do the passives. Like, these are the ones that you drop it here and you have to wait like 5 minutes or 15 minutes and so on. Having multiples of those definitely helps. The one thing that I had not been a fan of was that there's no marketplace that we can build, but it's been confirmed by the devs that there will be bank and marketplace available for settlements to build, and that they are accessible. Little bummed that there's no masks. Yeah, me too. I miss my cat mask. I really miss my cat mask. I mean, I guess I could at least wear one of these things. This is the new version of the mask that we got from the pre-alphas registrations. They did the Awakened Blue Eyes mask as a drop from Twitch during TwitchCon. So instead of making a crappier one, I guess, or a different one, they changed the model of the one that was linked to the pre-alpha registration. So like everyone who learned about the game between 2021 and early 2024, before the closed alphas. Was it 24 for the closed alphas? 23? Can't remember. But before that, and registered for pre-alpha, then everybody got this during the event, I think. Yeah, multiple passive stations per profession. Can't live without that, really. Couple of kilns, a couple of looms, multiple farming fields. Yep, that's definitely the way to work. But yeah, you can, if you're playing the demo, I mean, there's no big incentive in making a big settlement and working at it, because it's all gonna be wiped soon, and in a couple of weeks it's gonna be gone. Then we're gonna be looking forward to the early access shortly after. So in that regard, just, yeah, if you're playing the demo, just have fun with it. Do whatever, explore around. Exactly. See what's changed from the last playtest. There's one thing that you're absolutely gonna love. You know, well, this is the new totem. As you can see, I did not pave under it. If you ever placed a totem and did not pave under it in the last alpha, you know how annoying it can be when you're paving around your town and you cannot pave there. Well, they fixed that. You're now able to pave under buildings. So yeah, that is that is a big difference. There are some buildings, like the buildings that occupy a full tile, you can only really pave the tiles that you can touch from the outside, right? But that makes sense. You would not be able to pave the middle one, but then again, you don't see the middle tile, so it's not a big deal, right? Oh, did I close that window? Yes. Let me drop these rocks here. I've been doing a little bit of mining, as you can see. I'm clearing out this big limestone chunks so that I can build a road through here. Gonna look for a bit, got stuff to do around the house, Oh, for sure, definitely. You know that you will be able to see me now that we're playing BitCraft. I hadn't really done much streaming outside of BitCraft, but you can definitely expect to see me around for the rest of the demo and then for the early access. You're more than welcome to come hang out and chill for a bit. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your lurk. And I close this thing again. There we go. Almost done with all these rocks. After this, because the rocks take so long to kill, and then this ferrolith is also gonna take quite a bit. I was interested in getting this these chunks of rock because I want to turn them into pebbles. I'm not really interested in the ferrolith. I will start chopping down some of the trees so that maybe if any pirates are bored at some point, they'll see, oh, okay, there's a road here. Oh, there's a big piece of ferrolith. Let's destroy it. And then they can do it. And then I can just keep like turn all of this into pebbles and keep paving that way. That sounds like a good plan. And while it's chopping, I like to drop over to the BitCraft chat Discord. If anybody here is not in that Discord, definitely should be. That's where you will find out about all the new things that are coming out, get announcements whenever tests are happening, which now, I mean, we already know the dates, but yeah, you would know there that on the 20th of June there's early access coming up and so on. And you can also get an idea of what people are experiencing. Like if your game freezes, then you might see that, oh well, a whole bunch of other people had that same problem, so it's likely something the devs are already looking into. And yeah, it's a good place to kind of be aware of what's going on, especially because of the game is in development. That is the first place that you're gonna find out about a lot of things. And for those of you who were on Sid's stream, this is kind of what my streams tend to be. There's a lot of rambling on occasion, and then, you know, chill, quiet moments while we gather or while we craft. It is kind of like the rhythm of BitCraft. It is definitely not a very action-intensive game. You're having tons of UI issues. Same. I had to reset the game a couple of times in the first couple of hours that I played today. It's gotten a little bit better right now. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they were having like specific issues and they're working on them. Maybe that's the case. But yeah. One of the issues that I was having a lot last night was that when I opened my inventory, my cart wasn't opening. And then, like, it was as if there was a delay on the cart. I would be mining, and all of a sudden I would get a message saying that my inventory is full and, you know, the items have been dropped to the ground. And I would look at the window for my cart, and it said, like, you know, you got 6 chunks. So when I would close it and open it, then it would show 10. So like, as kind of like there was lag specifically in the cart window. It was kind of weird. They're definitely still having some problems, which is expected. What are the main UI issues that you have found so far? Let's share our bug collection. Oh, wait, no, I wanna drop this here. All right. I'm going to move that over there. I can't? Why can't I? Oh, probably yeah, that thing. Here. Alright. So. Trying to put materials into buildings. Yes. I've gotten that one. It is the error itself is that there's already something in there. That's what I've gotten. Like if I was building like a bunch of these things, right? If I had where's my card? I have my card. Let's see if we can replicate it and see if it's the same thing that you've been facing. Let's bring our car a little bit closer. Oh, I guess that already disappeared. There was some trunks in there. Do I have any trunks in here? Does not look like it. Do I have any trunks here that I could grab? No. Alright, let's just chop down this tree. Yeah. It is definitely an error that's related to building and to how the game is identifying things in your cargo slot and in your cart slot. Because I can't remember if it was the same already from Closed Alpha 3, but I know that in Closed Alpha 2, when I was building these things, I could have all the logs in my cart, but I needed to have the building window, and then I had to drag this into my backpack and then pull it over there, right? And that's no longer the case. You can actually drag or add materials straight into a building from your cart. So I'm assuming that if that's something that changed here that we did not have in the alphas, that could be the reason, and it could be related to that kind of like lag from the cart. Okay, right now it is letting me add. Oh no, yeah, exactly. Cargo requirement already filled. I don't know if this is the same one that you've been seeing, but it's this. So if I drop this here, then it drops it, because I guess it's trying to do the whole thing. It's trying to do in one same motion. It's trying to say this goes here and this goes there, right? So if I have something here and I try to interact with this and add, it's saying that it's already filled, and it's saying so because this already has something. So the first action, which is move this here, cannot happen. So actually, let me just drop this. Like as I was explaining, like as I was doing it right now is where I figured it out. So let me just drop it into my feedback to let Jordan know. Getting an error when trying to add items into a build site. Apparently, if I have a cargo, no, let's say, let's backtrack. Apparently, it tries to grab the item from the cargo item, let's say, cargo item from the cart, and then move it to my backpack, then move it from there to the build site. So if I already have cargo on me, I get an error saying that slot is already full. That feels like a proper description of the bug, right? Let's see, this is a bug. It is storage related. Storage / billing, I guess. And that is for adding materials from cart to building. There we go. Now, I wasn't really interested in doing that right now, so let me just drop the logs in here. And let's just chop trees now. Wait, let me grab my cart because I will be... I don't know if I'll be dropping the logs over in Tortuga because I think there's already a bit of an overload of tier 1 trunks from whenever everybody was like grinding now level 20 stuff. So let's park our cart here and start chopping. Oh, before I do that, let me go grab... I want to grab some pebbles and I want to grab some mud so that when I kill a tree I can just pave over it. The respawn rate is not too high, but there is a chance that a tree will pop up right where I cleared it. And that would be annoying. Right, that's a lot of pebbles. And now I need mod. Is this mod? It is. Anyway, thanks for bringing up that specific UI problem, Viskor, right at that moment where I was actually able to try it and able to figure out what was happening. Now you're the cute one, Zozo. Dino dance. It is dino dance time. How are you doing today, Voide, by the way? Hey, that's a pretty cool cat. Where's that? Is that a generic one? No, I don't have access to that one. Oh, it's a hypertrain emote. Cool, cool. Oh, Fluff Pup wants to come out and play. And this is why when I'm building roads, even though I have to clear a lot of resources, I think I probably prefer having the metal armor and not the leather armor. I am very grateful for that leather armor you got me, Voidy, but it's seen much less use than I expected. Okay, there's a bit more clay over there. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, like, if the evasion from it was good, then I'd be able to deal with it. Like, I guess I could have extended the claim over here and just brought a little bit of wool to protect me. But until we get the to tier 3, that's where you get the braziers that you actually have a fairly wide range of protection from. And it's better, it's easier to set up a proper safe zone around you. Right now, that's not necessarily the case. It'll be very useful when I get a better heart or the crossbow. Yes, the crossbow definitely. It is absolutely useful. And now that I remember that I don't have it equipped, I will actually equip it when I'm near these guys. So if there's a jackal, I'll just run inside and I'm sure they'll come and bail me out. I don't think it is in at the moment. I think it's one of those things that they haven't fully added yet, like, you know, the bank and the marketplace. And I'm assuming it's gonna be a tier 2 thing, because the reason that Jordan gave me for not having the bank and the marketplace available during the demo is that those were tier 2. So I'm going to assume that the crossbow begins at tier 2. Like even armor, there's no tier 2 metal, cloth or leather armor. It's just not available. So yeah, hopefully that's the case. So you spent 5,000 hex coins in the training for a weapon that won't exist. You could have had 5 owls for that money. So that if you need like tier 2 tool, you need a tier 1. That is the case, Voidy. And while I like the system in spirit and I like the idea of it, I think that an unintended consequence is going to be that nobody at all is going to sell tier 1 tools. Because of the increase, the way that you have that increase in rarity, every single tier 2 tool is going to be turned into a tier 2. I mean, every single tier 1 tool is going to be turned into a tier 2. At that point, all of the uncommons are going to be turned into tier 3s, and so on. Some of the commons starting at tier 2 might see, you know, they might end up being sold. Especially like people that are making like huge amounts. At some point they're gonna have just too many like tier 2 commons to be worth like working with. So they will be able to sell those. Pros and cons. The pro, you're actually able to equip a tier 2 tool at level 10. So, I mean, you could just fully skip tier 1 tools. If that's what ends up happening in the long run, then I think that's fine. But if what we end up seeing is that players that are level 10, level 20 are just not really being able to access tools to progress, then that's gonna be a bad thing. They like that is something that might need them to really fiddle with the success rates in a way that they sort of force an overflow of commons in the market. It's gonna feel bad for blacksmiths because they're gonna be crafting, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tools to get a few uncommons and commons. But yeah, that kind of feels Like, or maybe if they just do the step from common to uncommon, be very low rate of success. So that if anybody got a tier 2 common, like they're like, yeah, that's gonna be very difficult to bring up. So work with the uncommon. The uncommon will have a better rate. It's kind of like artificially fiddling with the RNG in order for the right behavior of tool availability, I guess, if that makes sense. We will know in early access, and that's definitely something that we're gonna figure out very quickly, very quickly. if people are not getting access to tools, it's gonna get loud in the BitCraft Discord. Well, we are right about done for today for the stream. I mentioned this as I started. Today we were only gonna be doing 4 hours of stream. So I want to thank everyone that dropped in. Very much appreciated that raid, Zozo, and always lovely to have you here. Always lovely to have everyone from the Wardens group around here. You guys are a lot of fun. I had so much fun in the mistake hanging out there. And I while I might be hanging around the Tortuga a lot more during early access and mainly just focusing on road building mainly, I definitely will go over them and hang out. Thank you for carrying your stream, because Twitch was being a bit of a bitch. Let me actually allow that word. I don't have any problem with that word. Yeah, no, I mean, really bad to hear, or really sad to hear that you were having issues, but definitely welcome here. Feel free to drop me a message whenever you want to do like a collab stream or whatnot. Like, that's another way to hang out. If you're having some technical issues that maybe they might get fixed by resetting the stream or working around it, that sounds like something that could be a workaround that. And yeah, you know, any day. I always love hanging out with people. For now, we haven't done any collab streams, but I'm always open to it. Let's see, who is on so that we can share the love. Obviously Trisp is on, because they're always on. Oh, KGER 329 is I think he's the Emperor from... What was it? Was it Classes Borealis? Or not the Emperor, just the Classes Borealis member? Let me see if they're... they just started 19 minutes ago. So let's give him a drop. Let me just let him know that there's an incoming. And yes, we are going to raid Kier. I'm not sure how you pronounce him. There we go. Kier 329. Show him some love, drop him a follow. He's very active in the BitCraft Discord. And yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. Anyone who isn't following and enjoys my stream is definitely encouraged to follow so that you know whenever I am on. We will talk about that collab later, Zozo, and see when we can organize that. You can always count on me for that. And it's easier to yap when there's two people yapping. Alright, have a good one. Rating now, get your messages ready, and spread the love. EA, yeah, exactly. EA sounds good. EA sounds good. Probably, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be streaming a lot on the first few days, or I guess we could probably do a let's see how many crashes each of us gets and add. But yeah, on day 1 and day 2, I expect things to not be very smooth. We will see. Alright, dropping the raid now. Have a good one, guys. See you around.